new name down. Someone write my 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 new name down.
Right. Let's see. Is everything up? Everything looks pretty good today, from what I can tell. We will assume everything's working. My name's Awakened Cloud. You can call me Awakened, you can call me Cloud, you can honestly call me whatever. And we are hopefully going to finish this game today. This is the Forgotten City. It's a story-based game. We're in ancient Rome. Long story short, the city is quote-unquote perfect, but at the same time, there has been no heinous act in the city. But the catch is, if any heinous act happens, or any sin happens for real, the entire city just perishes. They all turn into golden statues. So we have an inclination that that's about to happen, and I am off to essentially investigate and figure out who is going to be the one that sins. This is pretty far into the game, so if you are concerned about spoilers, I would not recommend you watch this stream, to be honest. I can't think of any other way to say it. Like,
Ave again. Did you find what you need? Certainly. May Fortuna guide you. Will they...
yeah. So like I said, spoilers. we've had a pretty big exposition dump at the end of the last stream, and we're pretty sure everybody here is dead. Wait against the current. Which current? I made some limeade, still waiting for the sugar to dissolve. Take a second. Wait against the current. Well, there is one current. Oh. I need to talk to, I'm trying to think about the order of operations. There's two people I need to talk to. One of them should be right here. He might be the person walking up the steps. Yeah, he is.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. What business is that of yours?
I have something that can cure it.
Willow bark. And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for.
So this guy's very sensitive, so I have to be
God
careful
hasn't
what I
abandoned
say
me
to him,
after all.
or else he'll just stop talking to me.
Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching, and the crisis.
So he's trying to be Christian, which means he's probably bullying the one dude.
Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one. Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but family's from Seleucia on Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads. Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious? Not sure. I was fighting with the 6th against Parthians in the east. Only my whole body was aching every time I took a swing of my gladius. It was the rheumatism. Relentless. Unending. Of course, I wasn't going to get any sympathy from my commander. So I started thinking, what if, in the next battle...
My TV just blinked and I don't have any audio. That was real weird. Once he finishes talking, I'll swap things out and see what's going on. First time I've ever had this happen. Blink. Essentially, like, I had heard what this guy had said in the previous stream. He essentially got tired of fighting and let himself get hit by the enemy, probably killing him. Okay, audio's back for me. Is audio back for the stream, though? Give me 1 second. Gonna have to get up. Make whatever I did, not the audio for the stream. No, it's there. It's there. Oh, that's streaming. Difficult stuff. Thank you for sharing your story.
That's all right. It just feels good.
If anybody is in chat, can you please let me know if the audio is good on your end? it'd be very helpful. So I got this cord tangled.
Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us? No.
You owe me one.
Who do you want me to vote for?
Sentius.
Fine. I'll vote for Sentius. But no more favors. We're square.
Are you, well, let me ask him about this Roman plaque.
No idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
I suppose you're right. I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right, then right again. Oh, and here. You'll need this key.
Okay, that's one of the 4 plaques. Thank you.
Didn't get that from me. No idea what you're talking about?
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong, while we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here.
The last lot of
Seems
people.
like I'm the
Nobody's
only one
mentioned the
ready for
the
what's
people
coming.
before.
Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned. I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it. That doesn't help me. No, I don't. I did hear a rumor that Aurelia, the tavern keeper, has been offering to sell a way out. But I barely have 2 sesterci to rub together.
So this guy's poor
See you
too.
around.
So there were these Christians right here. I need to talk to the Christians because they seem to be bullying the Romans who have less of a problem with homosexuality. And one of the gay town members is getting bullied, so I need to stop that from happening. And the Christian should be right here.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. But I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
I might have enough information to talk to him.
Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so.
Well, that
You
was
don't
easy.
understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact, and she's already swallowed hemlock this morning.
No,
If I backed out now,
she
I'd
actually,
be
we saved her.
betraying I can't do that. Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts. Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then?
Not necessarily. You'd be
You'd
free.
Do that for us. A couple of complete strangers. It seems today we are both blessed. This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend. I never thought people like you existed. Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back.
Maybe talk to, what's
I'll
her
go
name?
and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
You're welcome. How about I get rid of this cursor thing? I cannot stand mouse cursors on screen if I don't need them. There. I can't believe I didn't notice that before. Also, where did the lady go? Because I need to freaking chastise her for bullying. Potentially. There was something else I wanted to do. And I can't quite remember what it is. Oh, the one dude. I know. I need to go all the way. Ulpius. Where's Ulpius at?
Citizen.
I was close to him not too long ago.
Oh, it's you again. Is everything all right? All right. Thank you again for saving my life.
So what's this quest that I have marked right now? Pandora's bark. Pandora's box. I don't know why I said bark. God. Seems Livia has been behaving strangely after she made an unknown discovery weeks ago. Okay. That's fine. We're going to do something else real quick.
Citizen.
We need to go here. Where is it? Here? And there's a little... secret passage over here. Talk
Come
to
and
this
join
dude.
me by the fire. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It is best you do not know my name, for merely to speak of my existence in the city above could bring destruction on you all. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I've been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself.
Not my
The one
problem.
thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule?
Probably. Well, yeah, I was gonna say Hades, but Pluto.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue?
I don't like this.
Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong?
Now I'm trying to think, like, am I answering as myself or as the character I'm playing? I think I do. But in the context of this society, like,
And to what extent? In every situation?
I'll say in most situations.
So, you're not entirely confident. That is quite sensible. Indeed, I'm reminded of something Socrates once said. To paraphrase, better to know that you know nothing than to know nothing and think that you know.
Very
It
true.
is because knowledgeable
He who
people
knows
have
nothing can
learned
understand
enough to
nothing.
know they know
Kingdom
very
Hearts.
little. In the broadest
Pretty much same
case,
thing as Socrates.
you see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters.
But it doesn't matter because they just bend it even more.
Could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
In the God's eyes, yes, whose version of right and wrong?
That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct?
No, we don't
which
deal
you
with
would
absolutes.
follow in every situation and always do the right thing? Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet?
I don't think there's such thing because there's always going to be ambiguous
So
cases.
is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in?
I think it's got to be a mix of the two, to be honest. Like, you have your guidelines, but guidelines are exactly that. They're just guidelines. So,
So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, then is it right?
No, that's
I
absurd.
agree. But why? Didn't you just say right and wrong depends on the individual?
Yeah, if he's confused,
I
you're sick.
see. So you get to decide right from wrong. The people who see things differently are not allowed. What makes you special? Empathy, the emotion? Let me ask you this. Imagine you were forced to choose between the death of your beloved spouse and the death of two innocent strangers. Knowing there will be no legal consequences, who would you
See,
mark
I've had
first?
this conversation, and I would be the person that would probably go with the spouse. Because, I don't know, like, I know nobody believes me when I say that, but it would be, for me, easier to, like, I don't want to say let go of somebody that I'm close to, but, like, to wrong somebody that I'm close to versus two complete strangers that just aren't involved with the situation. So,
A high-minded ideal, but I'm not sure I believe that. Our empathy, like a siren song calling us away from our true path, would lure us toward the greater evil. Can such a beguiling thing be a reliable cornerstone for anything, let alone the perfect moral code?
they keep asking me to change my answer, but I think it's a bluff. And such a beguiling thing be here like. I said there wasn't a perfect moral code.
My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong.
That's what I was saying.
Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made, such as where it is necessary for self-defense or to prevent a greater evil.
Yeah.
For any rule, you can imagine there are countless situations in which that rule may be suspended, and those situations are impossible to codify.
Like I said,
There
guidelines.
is one thing I have observed about rules. It is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it
I think you need a
strives.
combination of rules
In
and
mathematics, we would call
little
it
bit
an
of wiggle room.
asymptote, the line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
Yeah, what's your
You mean,
story?
how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story. I
I'm
was
listening.
a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern in an argument with a drunken mercenary.
And you killed
It
them.
became heated. He drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the bank.
So he already knows he's dead.
Campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny. They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that, my people called him Hades.
Technically, we're not supposed to be saying Hades because I think he does not like being referred to. Is that, or like, I think if you say the god's name, they can hear you or something.
My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive.
Interesting.
I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many years.
What about Kabash?
Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner. As you wish. Ha! If I did, would I be living like this?
Full stick's messed up.
Did we not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see. You're toying with me. Ha! I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans.
What does this have to do with Kabash?
Okay. You see, it was among these old Greek relics that I found the thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer.
Yeah, so you guys are stealing from the
I think it
Egyptians.
is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate. I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes? Good to see you again, friend.
There was one more thing I wanted to ask him, but
I enjoy...
I decided to skip that option. Catacombs. Friend of the philosopher. This place creeps me out. Not gonna lie. Now, why are there golden people down here? In the board game of an ancient game called Senet, the rules for which are long forgotten. Is that a gold person? What is going on? I'm gonna have to turn the cursor back on for right here. An Egyptian plaque which translates to, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." We call a recurring theme right there. We've heard that a billion times. Egyptian man was running away from something. His job. There. Who's this dude looking all cool and stuff?
Stop. Do not come any closer. Who are you?
I'm Theo.
I am
Who are you?
Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors.
Not really.
To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it and restore the honor.
Oh, that
of
was
Osiris.
super easy. Cyrus, Lord of Silence.
Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it.
No, I need it.
Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is?
It's some type of Egyptian.
Indeed, and
Okay.
I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story. And here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and
So it went
replacing it with
Osiris,
Hades.
then Hades, then Pluto.
Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. I am glad to hear it, which brings me to this other, fourth plaque. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as
Well, good
if
thing I'm
it
an
is
archaeologist.
older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us.
Yep, that's normally how it
And
goes.
that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept.
I mean, if you just talk about probabilities, it's pretty high.
Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more. You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name. You are too late. It is done. It could not have gone any other way. It was Osiris's will. Now, the thing of evil you sought is gone. Why are you still here? I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexander.
How did you die?
The name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help, I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kirti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead.
Do you know a way out of here?
This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people. If our ways are to be remembered, it falls to me.
Okay. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
If someone is to break the Golden Rule, it will not be me. For I try to live as I always have by the command of the goddess Ma'at. Do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods. I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld?
That's a good point. We are in the underworld right now, so...
Perhaps it is the lair of Amit, the devourer of souls.
Well, I guess we're about to find out.
All I know is it would be unwise to venture down there. Most unwise. Good.
I'll be going.
Be gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there. I see it in your eyes. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness.
I'll find a way back up.
We shall see.
I'll make sure to visit you once I, Nergal, the fierce one. Terrible feeling about this area. This feels like it's just one giant jump scare waiting to happen. I'm going to check something real quick. Sure, OBS is running as intended. Why does OBS have to be like this? Okay, we're good. Visible wall right there. Had a lot of conversations about invisible walls while playing Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart yesterday. So there was some type of barricade. So the thing that's confusing me about this area is it's the underworld, but it also has some real life things here. I guess it's the only way you can really do in underworld where people aren't supposed to explicitly know they're in the underworld. So. That looks like a trap. Yeah. Like I said, that looks like a trap. And I walked straight into it. An ancient Sumerian statue of a man with the head of a bird. Perhaps this is Kumet Tubal, the man with a bird headdress, who Rufius saw when he awoke by the river. that filling up, or no? Everything down here feel like a trap. So the way this, yeah.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction.
You said you weren't gonna break the golden rule, dog.
You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you
Okay, no
further
deception,
insult
no
my
insults.
gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
If something can be destroyed by the truth, it deserves to be destroyed by the truth. There's no shame in building on the works of the people who came before you. Well, that's true, but he said lies and deceptions.
Why? To what end? But why? What business could you have with Osiris? Blasphemous fool! You have sealed your own fate.
That was dumb.
Good. I welcome.
You said you weren't going to. You lied. You lied.
That each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all, and you along with it.
Hey, give me one moment. I have to take a call real quick. Apparently I disconnected from chat. Give me a second. Okay. I think we're good.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
So, yeah, I did some bad conversational choices right there. I was doing good. Well, I wasn't. Also, where is this guy?
When I told you that you would not that you are you
Hear me out.
why? But doubtful. What do you know about honoring the Lord of Silence? You speak the truth. Indeed, it
Yeah,
seems
what do
we
you
have
know about
all
talking to
been
the god of the
deceived.
underworld?
Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin.
But I'm under the
before
city, so it doesn't
holy
even
two
matter,
assessors
really.
of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience? I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly.
Even if your beliefs about the afterlife weren't quite accurate, isn't the important thing they motivated you to live good lives? Yep. If you were only good in life because you expected a reward, were you really a good person? I'm gonna do the nice one.
Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point?
Are you going to abandon a lifetime of good character now that it matters most, just because you found out you were misled?
You are persuasive. Very well. I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
Also, where was he? Literally, where was he? That one's a little tricky because you might think, oh, it's gonna come from up here. Okay, he was all the way up here waiting to shoot me. I'm gonna get that snipe off. Also glad he's not terrified of my... Oh gosh. Okay. I wonder. Technically speaking, I could go back there and dive, but I don't know if there's any benefit to it.
You again. What is it? Of course, as the Romans say, may fortune smile on you.
This place wasn't quite as creepy as I thought it was going to be, which is kind of a pleasant surprise in this already kind of creepy game.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable. Good to see you again, friend. Did you find what you need? I enjoyed our chat.
Well, I guess it's time for me to go back to the surface, and hopefully I didn't break any golden rule too badly that they're just going to shoot me on sight. The elections are probably going to happen in the next, I don't know, couple of minutes. So I'm going to have to be fast. I hate this little corridor right here. For some reason, it gives me so many issues. So let's look. We've got a couple of leads. I wonder if I get Malleolus to drop, if he would, if I get more time, essentially.
I hope you're coping.
Julia. So I think I'm gonna drop into Malleolus's crib from up here. And hopefully if I do that... Wait. Let me look into this cave real quick. Still locked. It's probably where Hades is. Just chilling behind this random area.
Oh.
Okay, I did that jump wrong. I wasn't supposed to be running. Was not supposed to be running.
I will remain here for a while and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations.
And note to self, definitely save after I get out of here.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable.
Don't need to talk to you anymore, good sir. Honestly, he felt like he was going to be the last character I had to talk to. through. There we go. All right. So, now we have to go all the way back up here again. I'm gonna save in a second. Save game. There we go, just in case I miss that jump again for whatever reason. None of these are gonna help. Anyway, let's go back to Malleolus' place, and hopefully we do this right this time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did I miss? Or does dude have to jump for me to do that? We're gonna try that one more time.
Salve.
You know, Malleolus did give me his key. That's probably the more civilized way to do things. So, go up here. Did I not get the... We're gonna try the safe way. Just using the front door.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected.
Figure out a way upstairs.
Magistrate, is it? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply...
You're not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? My marital affairs are no concern of... Finally! This is outrageous.
Why is she crying?
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want? My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgius.
No, it's not. It's Quinnicus.
You confused me with someone else.
Nah.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler.
Well, you are a natural-born target, sir.
Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted? Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make
You tried to maybe
Why would I
get some
withdraw
slaves
from
from
an
people,
election
like
I'm
make
bound
people
to
into
win?
slaves?
Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the golden rule. How could you possibly know that?
I'm from the future.
Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome.
We are going to load back in. Let's see. That manual save was at 5:30, so this is an autosave. 5:33. I should already be in here.
Domitius. Ha! Why? Don't talk. How? Nonsense! This is not. I don't know. And no.
That didn't work. I'm trying to think about what's going to spook him without... The thing about the lie option in this game, I haven't used it much, and I don't know if I'm going to break the golden rule just by... Game just crashed. That was weird. Let's try that again. Okay, the game is up on my end. It's still not showing up on OBS. There we go. This, of course, the second I tab out, shows up on OBS. Okay. Continue.
What? Don't. I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to...
Okay, I guess I have to lie. If there's even a right option here.
Demit... What? Don't... How? Nonsense! I don't know how you know... And now... Get out of my villa before I have Domitius throw your...
What now? Do I seem like anonymous threats to my style? The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus? You go through me.
Funny enough, I already got to him.
Why? Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius... Whatever.
Let's try one of these leads. I can talk to Livia. Oops. Track quest.
His brightness was like the light. Rays flashed from his hand. There he fell.
I also want to talk to
melodies fetch again.
Evil Lady.
Citizen.
Looking a bit troubled there.
The water they have
Still no
lost.
sign of Centilla. And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear,
Handsome.
nobody saw it coming. Anyway,
Oh, you're
I thought
here.
you Stoics weren't
I'm
supposed to
so
worry about
glad you
things can't
decided to
control.
visit.
Yeah, but
I'm a... And,
I keep
there's a
thinking,
light in your
what if
eyes.
there is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
How
Sounds
dare
like you're
you?
torturing yourself.
Get away from
Leave
me,
that
you
for the
pig.
gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right.
Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
I'm gonna reload the game. It's also acting a little framey, which is not great. Crashed again. What's going on? Give me 1 second, guys. I'm sorry about this. Look. OBS is using 2 gigs of memory. Video broadcast is using a nice gig. Man. Why is OBS using 33% of my GPU? Ugh. Okay. I'm gonna give this another go. I have some changes I can make if it looks like it's gonna crash again. There's nothing I can really get out of this guy right now.
Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my possession, I'd be happy to sell it to you, but I don't, so I can't. I like that. That's quite all right. We all make mistakes. You fool.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
You go. Okay, never bluff that you're gonna kill somebody in this game. Thank you, Trunks. I appreciate it. How are you doing on Sunday? This Sunday?
Look.
Did that.
You
I'm gonna need some
and I like to
crew.
think
So I'm
That's
just gonna say that right now, and I'll go ahead and let him know that he's going to break the golden rule.
Don't talk nonsense. How? I don't know. And now.
Gotta be something in this place that links him to the name Quinicus.
Get out before I have Domitius throw you out.
Claudia, you don't...
Why are you still here?
How would you like help? Ooh, let's do this.
An intriguing proposition. Go on.
Oh, man, I am being a... What's it called? You know, person who interferes with marriages.
Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look.
Doing good.
What makes you say that?
Went crazy cleaning your house today. I was hoping we could figure out his true identity together. Here we go.
I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only he used the wrong name.
He didn't use the wrong
Now,
name.
Addressing one's wife by the wrong name is
You don't know his
not
real name.
for landering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me?
I'd rather not say.
To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plans to become a
I thought she might just
magistrate,
want him for
you
herself.
must think me quite mad. I've heard enough. Get out of here at once.
Yeah.
Domitius, come quickly. We're being robbed.
Well, Golden Rule's about to be activated, isn't it?
Do I need to call Domitius? Get...
Alright, loading it up again. I'm a terrible not liar. But yeah, man, just kick it back, just chill. We're just having some fun story game stuff today. I'm gonna see if I can talk to her. Actually, no. What I need to do, this is the order of operations. Talk to this guy, ask him if he's this guy. Don't get him mad enough that he kicks me out.
That's...
Now I gotta talk to your wife.
I try.
And she is still loyal to him, so I'm gonna have to toe the line. Essentially, I have a 2/3 chance of getting this dialogue right at this point.
You know, now but
I'd rather not say.
oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would seethe with impotent rage if he overheard you say that.
Oh, so she just wants to make him jealous.
It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately.
Oh, okay.
But first, I need you to do something for me.
And what do you want?
I want you to bring me some wine. Just one.
Oh, I have
small
like
herb.
7 things of art, like 7 things of
Don't
wine.
look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out? So you'll help me?
I already have some wine right here.
Thank you. Here's the letter.
Okay. Quinticus to beloved Claudia. For a time I despaired the thought of being trapped here for the rest of my life, but then I met you and discovered that as long as I'm with you, I'm exactly where I should be. Mere words cannot express my affection for you, so I will perform a grand gesture in your honor. I will become the city's magistrate, so that I may govern with wisdom and strength, with you by my side.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is.
Yep.
What? He's... Oh no. That's...
That's pretty
quite
serious.
a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him.
Well,
Give
too
me that
late.
immediately. Nobody else must know. Another copy. No. This can't be happening.
A little bit of a bluff there.
No. You tricked me, you mendacious little stirkers.
I didn't lie to you, though.
It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down. I curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to walk
Jeez,
or
okay.
drink. May this drag you to the depths. Get out before I have Domitius throw you out.
Peace. Now to ruin your husband's life, BRB. Where is he? Oops, wrong door.
You again. What is it now?
Want you to withdraw.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
Because you're Quinnicus. Because I know you're Quinnicus, your wife gave me your love letter, and Nero wants you dead.
So, it finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you...
We actually killed the assassin.
One of Nero's assassins? So, you're not going to kill me? Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'll let me live?
Yeah.
Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There, you got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me
We're
again.
getting close. Got a lot of stuff going our way right now. What's up? Your boy withdrew.
Domitius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to release Julia and Ulpius and withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
No, he's thinking clearly.
I just had a change of heart.
Phantom Thieves. Hashtag.
All that work, all that money wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
That's right. Such a mercenary. I like it, Trunks. Hey, you big doofus with the helmet. How do you feel now, talking all that good stuff? Your homeboy withdrew from the race.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising, but thank you for telling me.
I'm also going to save because my game has crashed twice already.
Everyone know. Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all.
What an announcement.
Sometimes I stare at a
Be
great
careful
of
who
life,
you
and I
trust.
think, whatever.
So let's look at our next set of quests. I still need to talk to Livia. Also need to figure out who's threatening Virgil. Order under the bridge. I don't think I can do anything about that. Let's go for this first.
Ah, a fellow traveler
come fare away là.
Yeah, Trunks, it was fun watching you play, I can't remember the name of the game, but it did seem like a pretty cool, like, speed run type of platformer. Hopefully this fall doesn't kill me. Now. That's Horatius, that's Rufus.
Ah, you again. No idea what you're
Fortune
talking.
smile on you, brother.
Yeah.
Wow.
Prove
Isn't
it.
that a big long bow?
Crap, I can't prove it
See you
yet.
around.
But I will prove it. It's probably in his room. Good news. You got double
Fortune
A's
smile on
in
you,
front
brother.
of your double ads. I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna try to dig myself out of this hole saying double A. So the phone that I use for my camera is also how I read chat. And now that I have it propped up, I can't quite read everything as crisply and clearly as when it was like right in front of me. So as hilarious as that was, I misread that. That was double ads. Nobody's canceled today. Yes, the words are very tiny right now. Probably not healthy for my eyes.
Ah, you're here.
Reading from a
I'm
phone like
so
10 feet
glad
away.
You decided to visit. I'm Aurelia.
So this lady's
And,
really
I
terrible,
hope there's a...
but I can't let her know that she's terrible.
What was that? Let's just...
Okay. I can't even
Certainly.
confront her about giving people poison.
Whatever you like.
Oh well.
All right. See ya.
And now I'm getting a call from my dad. Can't talk. Text me. Okay. I mean, yeah, it would be fun to play volleyball with you guys again.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. Say it. Speak its name.
This is the underworld.
It is true. I was right.
You're not as crazy as you think you are.
I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis
spoilers.
has his cruel palace. As
This
the
entire
ocean
stream has been
accepts the rivers
spoilers,
of
but
all the
especially now.
world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. And still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders.
Okay, so now can you give me some relevant information?
I think
maybe
I should rest.
No. You need to talk to me. You're supposed to tell me good information.
Friend, you have given me hope. May you follow in the footsteps of Hercules and return to the light of day.
Whose house is this? That's Virgil's chest. I need to find Rufius's room. I think that's going to be the relevant one as far as finding if he's blackmailing Virgil or not. Also, the game's getting a little framey. Let me go ahead and save just in case. Navia. Livia. Risha.
Salve.
Don't like him. Rufius, okay. There's only so many more rooms it could be in, to be fair. Galerius, I don't really care about him right now. Horatius. Ah, here we go. This is your final warning, sinner. I'm gonna save again. I'm gonna confront him since he's here. That might not be the
big long bow.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly... Oh, come on. I just... You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus.
Is that how Sisyphus's life went?
Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill.
Except the boulder always rolled back down to the bottom.
Roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever.
Oh.
But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in. Oh.
Good man.
That's kind of you to say.
But you're probably the murderer now that I think about it.
Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Rufius.
No idea. Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like
I don't know if that excuses you bullying people, but... No, 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 no. I need to tell Virgil. Oh, man. Oh, man. Is Virgil? Is he in his shop? Nope. Well, this is gonna be new content anyway because I did not do it. Dooley. Note from Dooley. Who's Dooley? Theseus. Commoner, unable to work, slum, imprisoned in warehouse.
Hello? Hello? My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up.
What'd you do?
I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure. Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy.
A liability. Okay.
They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
Okay. Magistrate Cineus to Dulius. I am writing you in relation to your incorrigible antisocial behavior arising from your obsession with an alleged lost treasure. While I am sympathetic to your plight, in the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago, I wish to impress you an important message. The treasure you seek does not exist. Given your memory limitations, it seems likely you simply misremembered. More importantly, since you have on several occasions, been caught trespassing, including around the cisterns, which are strictly off limits to all.
The many shall suffer.
Crap. Okay. What time is it right now? Let me check the time. I don't know when this autosave happened. 6:08. Okay, that was like 5 minutes ago. So I can't talk to this guy. I'm writing this letter to let you know that your chariot's extended warranty policy is due to expire.
I know when I'm not wanted.
Citizen. No idea.
Darn it. So somebody still got freaking murdered at the election, and there's not much I can do about it either. We're gonna talk very quickly to Mr. Dulius. I'm just gonna have to read faster. That was my sin.
Hello?
What's your story? What did you do? Da-da-da. Is that all? Liability. Can't believe they cut me off mid-sentence. More importantly, since you have on several occasions been caught trespassing, including around the cisterns, which are strictly off limits to all citizens, I have reluctantly come to the conclusion that you are a liability to this community and must have your freedom limited lest you break the golden rule. It is my hope that this letter will assist you in remembering why you're incarcerated, should your experience lapse any further.
What does it
Got
say?
it.
treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would.
Okay, so
But then,
Mr. Hannibal died.
it was very sad. He said if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe.
Thank
till
you
I
for the
found
key.
treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the
I think I
highway,
know exactly where he's talking about.
put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And Ek.
Equidia?
Ek. The priestess lady.
Right.
She's a nice lady. Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to
Oh.
anyone I didn't.
Bro, you're not going to do anything with that key in there.
But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot. Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what.
He'll listen to me.
Like, Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything.
I have to get Galerius
If you help
elected?
make him magistrate.
Holy
he can
crap.
get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up
Okay,
high.
I need you to talk a little bit faster because I'm pretty sure somebody's getting shot. I'll see what I can do. I'll be going now. Election.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot. Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall
Well.
suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Wrong room. Super wrong room to be in. Here, I'll help them out. Idiot. Getting us all killed like that. Shot him in the butt for a reason. Okay. Sentius already killed himself, so... Essentially, if anybody in the city sins, it triggers all those statues. They fire arrows that turn everybody into gold. Sentius is aware of this. It's called the Golden Rule. And he can, essentially, for the cost of his life, open this little time portal and send me back in time. Easy. It's an easy story.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? Oh, sounds serious. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that.
Rufus is being agitated because of his rheumatism.
Poor guy.
Check that box.
My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. All right,
Warn the
got it.
person not to go into the shrine, but send the unwanted visitor into the
All
shrine.
right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine.
Man, this guy is doing everything.
What? Are you... You're serious, aren't you? I doubt Domitius will let me talk to him, but I'll make sure he passes on the message. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Man, that dude's about to be a speedrunning champ. Okay. So, first stop I'm going to do is go to Virgil, who is being bullied because he's gay by the Christians, the local Christians. And we can put a stop to that. Virgil should be right over here. I do want to talk to this guy in a second, though.
And I'll take care of him. Just go and hide, but not in the empty shrine.
Did you know I was headed in there?
No time to explain. Go.
Dinner.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome.
Okay.
What demon or spirit told you about that? You went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it?
Not yet.
I would talk to him myself, but I think that would just inflame the situation. It's probably best if you do it, if you don't mind.
Okay.
You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the golden rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that
once you get used to the fear, it's not that bad, you know. That scared the crap out of me, but that's just the building taking out this intruder dude. It literally sounded like something was crumbling in my house. I was about to freak out.
Nice to talk to you.
That's handled.
I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God.
There was something I wanted to check on. Do I have the... Well, I have the bark, but he also gave him the bark, so...
After all this time, you're a good man, Galerius.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
I kind of want to see this guy do all this stuff for me.
What now?
I have a message from Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus's real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release
This
Ulpius
dude's doing
and Julia
an impeccable job of being me.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Domidius, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded.
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
Who's Ulpius? Oh, Ulpius is the slave who was about to suicide.
No idea. It's the rheumatism. I know that. I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
Talk with him about it. Man, this guy's doing so much work.
Julia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying.
Welcome.
And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
Galerius arranged it somehow.
Really? That's...
Oh, so I can get them to vote for Galerius now.
What a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when
That's
you're ready.
hilarious. So I'm gonna have Galerius run for governor.
Thank
or,
you, Ulpius.
you know, leader.
I will.
That's the next logical step. Why is he looking busy?
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
Well, this dude breaks the golden rule 2 out of 2 times in 2 of the 2 timelines.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
The way this is going to end is Galerius is going to run for election.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if
Oh,
that's all right.
okay.
Of course, Galerius. That's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone?
I don't remember asking him to run for election, but he did it.
Oh, of course. I'll leave you to it then.
So now that I've helped all these people,
Welcome.
who you voting for? I've canvassed
Feeling
before.
all right?
I know how this works.
Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but no, that is definitely not normal. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Navia, and she went a little mad. Well, she used to run the clinic until
I've heard this before. I'm curious why
but I really
that
wish
line
I
of
could reach
dialogue
her,
wasn't
because that's one of
grayed out.
He's become. I just. You did? I have.
There's some type of glitch, because it is what it is.
Thank you. That.
Ah, you again. Galerius. Sorted out my rheumatism. For the first time in a long time, I'm not in constant pain. Good man. Fine.
Yeah, that's one vote for G. Gotta make sure Galerius wins. The priestess. Priestess is right here.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
We're dead. Let's see. What's the status of the election?
It must be completed by dusk. Just that it'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Galerius, the challenger. Why do you ask? all of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course. That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right
Okay,
with
so I
me
just need to
either.
talk to the
There
men.
are some women who can vote. Vestal priestesses like myself.
Okay, you can vote.
But in
Then
this
I'm going to
case,
get you to
given
vote
my
for
role
Galerius.
overseeing the election, I've decided to abstain.
What if you didn't,
I
though?
can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and independent. But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election. Certainly. Oh my. That is quite a lot to take in. You'll have to give me a moment. Let's see. If that is indeed the case, I suppose we'd better figure out what to do about it, hadn't we?
Don't believe a word
to
they
go
tell
on,
you.
except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus.
I think we've heard all of this.
Hercules was able to leave sister
Yeah.
and so May 4th.
Well, let me make sure you're gonna vote.
Shalom, friend. Scintilla and I were in love. And then, 22 days ago, she went missing. All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus' villa, I heard a young woman singing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever
So that's
heard.
why his wife was crying?
I wasn't allowed out. So once everyone else was
Scintilla
asleep,
was cheating with him?
I climbed up the inside of the villa and onto the roof, just to see where that sound was coming from. And that's when I saw her. Standing in the garden of the magistrate's villa, I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on my knees. And for the first time in a long time, I felt hopeful. And then she looked up and saw me and she smiled. I knew at that moment the fates had brought me to her. And from the moment she asked my name with this warmth and curiosity, I knew I'd have done anything for her. And so for weeks on end, each night I'd climb out of the villa and into her father's garden. We'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do once we got out of here. Like having our own vineyard. And then one morning I woke up and everyone was out searching for her. They said she'd vanished in the night.
Vanished in the night.
All I could do was keep my head down and try to hide how beside myself I was. All I know is she loved me. And if she had known a way out, she would have told me. She'd never have taken her own life.
Okay.
And there's no way anybody could have killed her under the Golden Rule. I can't
So what
prove it,
does that
but I
leave?
just know she's still alive somehow. Even now, it's as if I can hear her voice in my head, crying out to me.
We just gotta find her.
That can only mean one thing. Somebody abducted her.
Wouldn't
I have
abducting
no
somebody
idea
be
how
a sin?
or who would want to do something like that to such a sweet, lovely girl? But what else could have happened? My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. He is without doubt the most evil man I have
Yeah,
ever
Malleolus is
known. I have
pretty
no
crappy.
idea where he'd be keeping her, but there is one room in his villa, upstairs, which is always locked. I've never seen the inside of it, and I haven't been able to steal a key without breaking the Golden Rule. But I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, it would shed light on a great many things. Really? I was sure he was hiding something in there. I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least everywhere I could get to. There are still 2 places I've never been able to reach.
There's the one
First,
place
the
up
palace.
top.
If Navia managed to get in, then I suppose Scintilla could have too. The only other place
I've
she
been
could
in the
be
palace.
is somewhere in the cistern network.
And it's a cisterns. It's got to be in the cisterns.
Julie had been poking around in the upper cistern before he was locked up. So you could ask him about it, I suppose.
Take care, German. I appreciate you stopping by, and I hope work goes pretty good for you tonight. Let's see. Well, until I get the key from Dooley, there's not much I can do.
I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least, first, the only I remember. You mean where am I from and all that? Judea, originally. But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family, Romanized my name, and spent most of my life in the Jewish district of Trans-Tiberim, across the Tiber from the main city. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward the river, and I, listening to my inner contrarian, ran the other way. Every road
You
leading
ran
out of
towards the
Rome was
fire?
in chaos, full of people with all their belongings in carts and brigands preying on them. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I picked up a branch from the side of the road and went to defend them.
You went with the branch.
I can only assume they got the better of me, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a forest, by a river not far from here, with no memory of how I got there. It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber knock me unconscious and throw me in a river, but not take my coins? A lot of good it did me, and that family.
That is true.
I sometimes wonder what happened to them.
See, where are you going to vote for?
He saved my life. I have a feeling he can do a lot more if given the chance. Well, neither of us have a couple of hours to stand around talking about theology, law, and collective punishment, so I guess you're looking for a pithy summary? You remind me of an old story from my people about Hillel the Elder. He was approached by a Gentile and asked to explain the entire Torah while he stood on one foot. Obliging, he replied, "What is hateful to you, do not do to another. That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. Go and learn." Of course, what I want to know is, what kind of a god sees a young woman abducted and does nothing about it? Not my god, that's for sure.
Good
Thanks.
question.
I just wish
All
there was
right.
a way to find out.
Well, we're gonna find out
All right,
soon enough,
friend.
sir. Just give me a moment to talk to this guy, convince
How come
him
you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
to
What
vote
now?
for Galerius.
I'm not going. The name's Domitius. You want to get to
I've talked to this guy so many times. Let me go ahead and save. I'm thinking about calling the election early just to see if Mr. G wins.
Leave me be.
Okay. Dude is salty because he's not going to win his election.
Are they?
Oh. Yo. Exact person I was looking to talk to.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? We have? Is that... Seems rather brash. You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been.
But, bro, you just gotta trust me.
Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you, that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly,
yes, you are truly
he is
gracious
able
for
to
putting this man in
continue
a cage.
living, a privilege that would be taken away from all of us were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else? Thank you.
Oh, can't bother with him. I think I should talk to Victor and maybe, dude, this name starts with G.
Impressive bow you have there, just like Diana.
What is it, citizen?
She said find me. Is Scintilla the one that's... Scintilla can't be the god.
Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. All right?
Can't do anything about him. Let me talk to this
Whatever's
guy.
in that great temple up there. Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a... are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun too long? You seem a little... confused? Perhaps you should go and see Lucretia in a clinic. Sentius, I suppose. Stability is always good for business.
What if money's good for business?
Yeah? And what's he gonna do for me? He's nothing. Certainly, for a few thousand denarii. Nothing illegal about it. Well, that's a shame. Come back if you change your mind. Very well.
How much denarii do I have? About 2,000.
Welcome back. Well, Sentius seems to know what he's doing. Nobody's broken the golden rule under his watch so far. My vote isn't for sale. What demon or spirit have you...
I did, and he's not gonna bother you anymore.
How did you manage that? Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out. Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him. Well, Sentius seems... My
Okay. Can't change his mind about the, vote. I think this might be the next thing. So I can ask Georgius about it. Or I could ask Octavia about the Roman plaque. So I guess I don't get the denarii back every single time the loop happens. I thought I just carried it over, but apparently I don't. I think I've had a chance to talk with her, so that should be good.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We all need something to help us through times like these. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy
So I need to
share
ask
with
her
you what I've
about
learned.
the Roman flag?
Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I couldn't in good conscience give it to you. That's all I'll say. What you're doing is disgusting, and it's not going to work. Shame on you. Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I couldn't in good conscience give it to you. That's all I'll say. Ah, that's a shame. Another time then.
Ooh, I don't like that. If I'm thinking about the shrine that they want me to take her to, that is going to crumble. Maybe there's another way to get in there. I just keep jumping on geometry. Okay. It said find a creative way to get in, so I do believe there might be an alternate entrance. Please don't let me be stuck. There we go. Anything back here? Nope. Prompt Octavia to visit the sacred shrine. Search for the secret shrine in the caves. Let's see. Maybe it's a different secret shrine that I'm thinking about. Talk to Galerius. Our next. You don't say, statue. I will help you in due time. Just Papa needs to work. I think we're getting pretty close, though. We can just get Galerius elected. It's gonna go a long way. How do I get down there? Quickly. Okay, I just gotta go across the bridge, around and down.
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Oh, and I'm in the running for magistrate. Feeling kind of nervous, but I'm hoping it'll all be worth it when I order Dooley's release. I just hope I'll have the votes I need. Now, what's on your mind?
Yeah, what is your story?
It's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it.
Have
I'm
time.
a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and 2 little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. Sprinted so fast I almost threw up. But by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after. When things
I'm
went
gonna get a
downhill
snack
from
real quick. BRB.
I took over the farmstead, but I was young. It was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle.
Wow.
But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. It still burns whenever I think about it.
So, technically speaking, this guy broke the golden rule back in the real world when he was alive.
Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved.
This guy might be the guy that breaks the golden rule, to be
I found
honest.
myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again. That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce.
Oh.
It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule.
What does that even mean? How can
I'm
he...
sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting. And he'll get his, one day. He'll get his. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get
He said Nemesis,
carried away
which means...
sometimes. Thanks, friend. I knew
Nemesis
I'd like
is Egyptian, isn't it?
Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about? Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it? But Scintilla, Sentius' daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me. Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on
Done
with
like
it,
half
you know?
of this new quest I got already. Yeah, I have to go into the cisterns, which...
I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never gonna do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's gonna take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me. He did? Oh, that was unexpected. I wonder what could have possessed him to do that. Well, I guess it's time for me to step up then. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running.
You already have.
Oh, I don't give it much thought these days, but I say... Alright.
So, I am going to look up something real quick, because I'm curious. For the sake of curiosity. Go back over here. Edge. He mentioned Nemesis, and I want to see Nemesis. Oh my gosh. Is my keyboard just not going to work right now? Look. It must be out of power. Wireless keyboard. I love it. Nemesis. I just want to look, and it's not allowed. It's very interesting that he brought up Nemesis. To what led up to that? But it is what it is.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
I want to get to that chest so bad. I'm gonna have to think of a creative way to do it. So if I go up here, this little ledge, I should have a clear shot. The thing I have to work. Always a concern. If we are just certain careful. I would actually light up there. At 500. So here's the thing. Well, I don't want to pay the dude to vote without having a full day, because like if I have to read, it's gonna be a very thing. But as long as I get the key, I guess I'm good at this point. Let me look at the other options I've got. Figure out how to get him elected. I can ask Gregorius about the Greek plaque. Let me see if I can even buy this guy out.
Hello there, friend. May I say? Well, Now you... Oh. All right. But I'm going to need you to tell me before I pay up. Wait. Here's now. What? Can't you promise? Wait. Don't even talk to me. Don't even.
So.
Hello. Bye-bye.
Reload because... See if 2,000 is enough to buy the dude for his vote. So that should be a decent way over 2,000 now.
How'd you do? Hello. Well. Oh well. Let me know if you change your mind. Sent you. Yeah? Certainly. Nothing illegal about it. Well, that's it.
Oh.
Very well.
See if I can talk to him about the bow again.
Hello there, friend. Very well.
Crap, I messed that up.
Hello there, friend. Wow.
Okay.
Oh, that's a little excessive, don't you think? It's not the bow of Ulysses we're talking about. All right. Wait. Here's your money. Now, the location of that bow. Can't you promise... What is it?
Bye. Bye-bye.
Don't even...
Thank you for the 5,000. Let me talk back to Dooley.
Hello. My name's Dooley. You're going to let me out of here? Really? Oh. Please. I hate it here. It makes me very sad. Galerius already tried that. Like, if you had Hannibal's...
Let's see what I can do.
Gold? You mean...
So he's not really aware of the golden rule.
My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. He
You already said this line.
if anything ever happened, he gave all I remember. Now nobody looks.
The priestess also looks after him. Maybe I should talk to Equidia again.
Hannibal. Galerius. Like, if you Hannibal. Bye-bye.
I also need to talk to Gregorius, where... I don't even know where he is. He's like the one dude that I just have no clue where he is at any given time. I've seen him over here at the little tavern area. Might be a good place to start. Could be right through here. I'm careful.
I love your clothes. So exotic.
I wish I could get back at her. I don't know how.
Ah, you're here. And there's... Oh, I see. You prefer the company of men. Maybe you should go and make friends with Virgil instead. I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you
What
so
a piece of
intriguing
trash you
anymore.
are.
Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern?
Honestly, I'm here to call you trash, but...
All right, see ya.
Man, what a terrible waste of a space human being that is. I wonder if there's anything under that waterfall. Somebody said swim against the current. At some point those words were said, swim against the current. Golden eggs? I wonder if I can get down there any way, shape, or form. Oh, don't fall down like that. Let's see what happens if I call the election right now. Also, I can talk to Aquidia about...
Don't believe a word they tell you.
You keep saying you can't do that. You can't sneak up on people and say stuff like that. That creepy dude. Where would Aquidia be? I'm used to seeing her like right here.
How'd you do? Don't even talk to me.
Take 10 more arrows. She might be over here. It's a little unlikely, but so the next person I need to find is Aquidia. Or I could ask these two about the Greek plaque, which apparently I did not do.
Hello?
And I don't think I can ask him about it. So that means my only real lead, if I can get out of here, is Mr.
Greetings.
I forgot
and
about this guy
salutations.
completely.
Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you will. And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget?
So that means
where
that
it
one
came
guy
from?
is Greek.
At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Duli. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
Okay, well.
Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He
Hey,
was
tell
the
me
first
about
to learn
Hades.
this dreadful lesson
Tell me about
when he
Pluto.
abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus. If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, avoid doing what you would blame others for doing.
Simple enough.
It does, doesn't it? But it is not enough for us to do this alone. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act. Ah, the voice of experience. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the Golden Rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing. Do they
I forgot that this guy's a clothing dude. Okay.
Shh! Not so loud! What are you playing at? Have you not been told about the last attempt?
Last attempt?
Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. Ah,
Another long
it is a
story.
long story. Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in. through the
Shaft
shaft
above
the
the bathhouse.
See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out.
What?
I admire your enthusiasm, my friend, but please allow me to explain why this is inadvisable. There was an attempt made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place, and so I say it is best to not even discuss it aloud.
Huh.
I hope that our paths cross again soon.
Was not expecting that little bit of lore right there about a previous escape attempt. Now... This is... Ah. Here we go. Also, I did want to talk to her about Dooley, because she feels bad.
Arve again. Did you find what you need? It must be completed by dusk. Just the same. It'll be between Sentius, the Why do you ask? As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk. But I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason. Yes. I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away.
So...
Hello? Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it. But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad. But it's mine, and I really like it. I want to keep it. Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy. Then you could have it, and you'd be happy too. Like Galerius. He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque and everyone will be happy. Bye-bye.
Well, I've pretty much done everything I like to.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here.
I don't think he's gonna win, but
Magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
Sentius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. But it seems we have a draw. In the absence of a clear consensus, Sentius shall continue as acting magistrate until a new election is held, 1 month from today.
My fellow citizens, today you have sent me a message, and I want you to know I have heard it loud and clear. I vow to spend the next month winning back your trust. Thank you for this opportunity, and may the gods watch over you.
You and your rival, whatever your name is, you're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her.
Well,
proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is, a children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
Shut up. The magistrate has spoken.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
So, right now, if I get this dude elected, there's a chance that other stuff goes wrong.
Salve, friend. Mind telling
Well,
me
if I get
who you are
Malleolus
and
to
what
drop
you're doing
him
with
the
that bow on your back?
what's
Oh, sounds.
Oh.
All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that.
Rufius has been threatening.
Poor Virgil. Poor Rufius too, I guess. All right, got it.
I'm a little hesitant on this last one.
What? Are you?
My dude, who I can't think of his name, Julius.
Ixion turns.
And I'm also better to wait, to be honest.
Salve. Hello there, friend. Well. Oh well. Malio. Certainly. Very well.
I want him to vote. Yeah. No. I still need him to go a little bit faster.
Want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making...
Lucretia, no time to explain. I'm supposed to give you this Sylphium resin for Yulia.
What? Quick, give it here. I'm just going to help her swallow this. I think she's going to be all right. Galerius, you're amazing. How did you know?
I was just doing what the new guy told me.
I don't understand. How did... Never mind. Thank you so much.
Can't stay. Places to be.
Mall fly in my house, and that's gonna drive insane. To watch this guy speed run this game. Wait, you at this point? No.
Salve, Rufius. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man, and I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
That's quite an impressive bow.
I think there's anything else I can do here right now. But I might explore.
His real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
That lead to? Is that just the ground level?
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's.
He already said he's not interested in changing his vote. What does this say? Doubtless, same excrement did smell. It. Oh geez, that means that dude already ran all the way up there.
Citizen.
Quidia should be coming any moment now.
I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
Also,
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to.
hopefully,
Why do you look so happy?
We're free.
if not, I have another webcam. So
And we never have to set foot in that villa again.
How?
Galerius arranged it somehow.
Really? That's incredible.
he's not going to. Let me see if I.
Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
But you on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish,
Don't believe a word they tell you.
It almost feels like an epilogue of sorts, even that.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
been down here? What is this? Lunar pendant. What's that? My back. For letting me know. Been one of those streams, so okay. Is it working now? Making circles with my hands. Okay. We'll see. Sometimes it works fine until I get in game, and then I think there's just too much CPU or whatever being used by like, it really shouldn't be that much of an issue. Get it. We're just gonna go with the traditional webcam. Ugh. It's so frustrating because this one looks so much better. Give me one moment. Thank you for reminding me to switch scenes, Murdoch. Also, this camera's at a cursed angle right now. Whatever. Let me do the hand test. This is the only way I can tell if my stream is working or not. I feel like I'm about to mess up this jump. Is this Scintilla right here? Yes, it is. What in the world is happening here?
You. Who are you? Did he send you? Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back.
Is this, what's his name? Not Galileus, the guy who's running, whose name I'm just forgetting right now.
Scintilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key.
Who did this to you?
Sentius, my adoptive father.
Sentius did this?
Whenever he's helped me, I'll castrate and crucify him.
Why would he... Well, okay, she found out about it, so...
I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either.
Okay. So, Murdoch, I know you were here for a little bit of this game in previous weeks, but essentially we're in Rome, and the city is sinless, but if anybody commits an explicit sin, like stealing, killing, violence, that type of stuff, then everybody in the city gets turned to gold because these statues essentially become alive and they shoot them with arrows that turn them into gold. So that's why dude did this to his daughter, and I guess somehow he got away with not sinning through this, which is kind of surprising even to me.
Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together.
Murdoch, out of curiosity, is the camera laggy? Like, I can't explicitly see it from my angle?
There won't be enough time. Just
But it kind of looks a little laggy, just from the corner of my eye. You go, no.
There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick, you have to let me go. It's now or never.
Just a bit here and there. More like a little stutter. Okay.
What? No, you can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless?
We can't escape. Okay.
It's no use. You'll never persuade him of anything. I'm telling you, he's a monster. Please.
I need to
You're
try.
making a mistake.
Man, so the exit is right here. And I feel bad leaving her chained up like that, but we can't just escape just us two. We need to get everybody else out. So that's kind of the quandary. that we have right now. Also, it also begs the question, how did dude even get up here? Because he doesn't have magical arrows. Oh, no. Okay. Lucky. I was very lucky. How did I... Place is a little confusing to navigate. No? If I keep running around in circles, eventually I'm gonna find the door I came through. Maybe I don't. Here we go. The golden statue. Let me save. And I guess let me confront this dude before the election about how trash he is. But before I even do that, let me go inspect what's up here. I've never been up here before. Is there anything cool? Technically, I could get into his house from here, maybe, without breaking my neck. Did not mean to drop like that, but it is what it is. Okay. Let me go ahead and confront this dude. I have a very bad feeling about it.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know.
Had this conversation before, and I'm in a hurry.
Me? What are you talking about?
Chaining your daughter in the middle of a sewer, a cistern to be precise.
You know, you remind me of him.
Him?
Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal before you.
What?
Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one room to the next.
Oh!
Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules.
Well...
He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation.
GG.
I watched
it was a nice run. Heck of a run.
Always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more...
Those feelings when you chose the wrong option first.
Finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to.
Yeah, this dude committed suicide.
He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I mean, you've lived through the day. What? 6 times? Most impressive. And yet everything you've done has been in vain. Because there's no escape. Except the path that Al took. The path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Best to take your own life now. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
You knew there was a way out and even locked up your own daughter to keep it a secret. Yeah, why not?
Isn't it obvious?
Let the villain have his exposition.
I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping.
So...
And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity.
What a weird dude!
Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? And why would I agree to that?
Because I can take it.
You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me, everyone dies.
Including you!
The only way you're getting this key is over my dead body. And if I die, I won't be able to open the portal for you again.
But you also won't be immortal, dude.
A paradox. You see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time.
Oh, but I get game over. I can't do anything about that.
You'll stop me from doing so, and you being here will be an impossibility. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of everyone here, and you'll never be able to undo it. Is that what you want?
I don't even know why I'm gonna, like, use this. I know it's not gonna lead to anything.
You and your pathetic morality.
But this isn't over.
Who cares about your
Cyntius.
or what happens?
Promise you.
Where you're from.
Now you just ticked me off. Now you gone really messed up.
Understand that to me, you've never been anything more than a useful idiot, and you're no longer useful. I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods send yet another useful idiot to extend my life.
Man, that escalated quickly.
What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and neither do I. Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
Oh, wow. That is actually a pretty big thing. That main goal right there, like... Hey, your sister is locked up. Your father's evil.
Ugh, I wish
Please listen.
Stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want?
Being a useful idiot is not the worst. Yeah, agreed. Why can't I tell her about her sister and her father enslaving her sister, imprisoning?
My little sister escaped, and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened.
She called me a mouth breather.
Mouth breathers would just leave me alone. I don't know. Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the heart?
No, she was kidnapped by your dad, your pops.
It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy. In love. We went into our rooms. I went to sleep. That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her.
Man, how did I miss this early on in the game?
Some good that's done. You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Sentilla. I think so. Yes.
Already know.
But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret.
That's not
even
helpful.
From me. Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans. I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared.
So this is one minor gripe that I have about this game. Sometimes I wish they kind of blocked off dialogue options after you know they're not relevant.
He's still here in the city. I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance. If you must know, I'm here because my father has forbidden me from leaving the villa.
Why can't I just tell her it was her pops?
He says, as if he loves me, and not because he needs at least one daughter he can trade off. So you'll help me find her? Oh, thank you.
Can I actually just tell you?
Take a look through her room. It's the one just by the front door. Maybe you'll find something the rest of us missed. Oh no, that's Scintilla's. The question is, what was it doing in the cistern? A skeleton? Oh god.
Oh god, no, no, that's not what I wanted to imply. I found her!
What do you mean?
This is so weird having this conversation after I already know the answer.
But didn't Domitius say there's some kind of creature down there that killed and ate Hannibal? Could it not have attacked her too? What are you saying? That somebody crept down there and put Scintilla's amulet on another body to make us think she was dead? Why would anyone do such a thing?
That it's a cover-up.
But who? Who could have a reason to do that?
Well, none of these are, well, maybe I'm thinking about this incorrectly. He seems genuinely confused about it. Oh, this is a weird situation, because, like, I feel like I'm figuring out stuff in a weird order. And I know Cineas ultimately locked her down there. I don't want to believe Ulpius is the person. Like, he was the secret lover, but I don't think he would have done that. Gracious. I don't really want to accuse her, but...
That is outrageous. I'd ask for evidence, but I already know you don't have any. I've heard enough. I won't have you peddling scurrilous gossip about my sister's tragic death. Kindly keep your insane conspiracy theories to yourself, and leave me alone to grieve, you barbarian.
I didn't think she did it, but, said the room closest to the door, right? Scintilla, Cynthius, Scintilla, to Cynthius and Cynthia, may Clementia give you the strength to forgive me. I'm sorry to leave you this way, but I have found a way to escape, and I must take it. I hope we meet again someday. Okay. So I think what we're gonna do, 7:48 and 7:49. Oh man, this is rough. I think what we might have to do is just very quickly redo all of that. I hate doing that. But we can just skip the lines really fast. Yeah, it's one of those things. It is what it is. It's either that or literally restart the entire day. I'm gonna take this item. I think I might actually talk to Cynthia first.
Whatever are you wearing? Oh. You... Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy? I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance. If you must know, I'm here because my father has... I couldn't bear to lose... So you... Oh, thank you. You should probably take a look through her room. It's the one just by the...
Okay. Found a letter.
Really? I swear, I searched her room.
It was literally on her bed, you doofus.
I wonder how I could have missed it. Strange, but well done, I suppose. But it's odd. It was only a few months ago that Sentilla's friend Yulia let slip she was planning an escape of her own. And yet, Yulia's still here. You should go and speak with her. Find out if she knows anything. She lives in the
Okay, I'll talk to Yulia. That gives me a little bit more to go on. Also, I do apologize for having to redo a lot of this stuff, but that's just the nature of this game. Unfortunately, we can skip ahead, so it's not really...
Come. So...
Okay. That honestly did not take long at all.
If you're snooping around in my possessions, you're wasting your time.
Okay, before this guy forcibly kicks me out. Yeah, I looked super hard for it, you know, just absolutely scoured that room, aside from her bed, the note on her bed.
On your best behavior, I trust.
So I need to find Yulia, which, maybe she's in here? Maybe she's not. Man, this puts me in a really awkward position, because I can have the election happen, but there's so much weird stuff going on that's going to change the course of the election. I don't know if it's worth doing. Where's Yulia at? Find the Roman plaque. Prompt Octavia to visit the shrine. I can still do that at least. You know, as janky as some of the, I guess, continuity can be, I genuinely really love this game. It's been an incredible experience. The writing's all been really good.
Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. Galerius just saved my life. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm... No. I did hear from Ulpius that she disappeared. It's very sad. She was such a lovely young woman. But I'd been locked in Malleolus's villa for months before she...
Yeah, the way they've set it up, I really don't know
I can't help you, I'm afraid.
how it's going to end. Or who the actual culprit, so to speak, is. I've been locked up? Okay. She can't help me.
If that's your idea of a joke, it's not fun.
I didn't mean to say that to her. Oh, well. She was... Essentially, she paid a lot of money because somebody told her there's a way out, and that person, after they exchanged the money, gave her poison. So...
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia.
Okay.
Welcome to life under the golden...
Fine. I need you to go to a secret shrine. But I don't see that as an option. Okay, never mind. Stupid thing. Yeah, it was not that great of a situation, to be honest. So yeah, me asking her like, hey, do you know a way out of here? That was not the right dialogue choice in that case. I'm not gonna lie.
How'd you do? Hello there, friend. Wow.
This guy, I'm going to buy his vote so I can get my candidate to win.
Yeah? Certainly. Pleasure doing business. Can I help you then? Very well.
So now that we've done that, let's go ahead and, I guess call the vote. Probably should have made a second save right there, but it is what it is. What's the status of the election? Can we start the election now?
Very. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Election starting.
I'm still missing some pretty key stuff right here. Prompt Octavia to visit the shrines. I still don't know how to do that. And the key that I should theoretically get from this election just gives me access to that place I just went to with the chained up lady. So this might all be a waste of time. We'll see. How's my phone doing? 19% battery. I'm probably gonna have to switch to my webcam sooner rather than later. Little back alley, that's kind of cool. While they're doing this, there's a chest up here that has like 1,000-something bucks in it. Ulpius loves Scintilla, corrected to Ulpius killed Scintilla. I don't want to think it's Ulpius. When she said late nominee, I was like, Galerius is right there. What do you mean? He's not dead.
Candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Anything back here?
Virgil.
All right, Galerius should win.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helva.
Now, is Malleolus gonna come with his little homie and just kill everybody?
Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
How you feeling right now? You ready to relive this same day for the rest of your life? Huh? 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 Hey. You having fun? Having fun?
It's almost as if you're trying to extend my lifespan.
Dick.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer.
Magistrate Galerius.
So
I like
be sure
how
to
they
offer your
changed his
thanks when you
name.
can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Yeah.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked.
Yeah, you're mad free now,
How is
dog.
it possible that you've just arrived here and you already...
Oh crap. You'd never believe me if I told you.
That's a... Hey, maybe the patricians will start treating me with a bit more respect. But then again, probably not. All right, I'll leave...
Okay. Before this guy gets off too far.
Hello? I'm Dooley. Magistrate Galerius said I should thank the newcomer. Are you the newcomer?
That I am.
Oh, it is you. Then thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy.
That's good.
You can have my shiny plaque if you want.
Yes, I will be taking the plaque.
My friend Hannibal used to look after me, and he said he always would. But then he died. But before that, he told me if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious. He gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. He said there's something very precious.
Wait. Oh. Well, no, she can't. Because the dude locked her up.
I had to keep it a secret until I found someone I could trust. Oh, thank you. Here's the key.
I feel like I missed the clue that I needed to figure out what to say to the sister right there. But it's alright.
Find it in the sisters. Way up high, Hannibal said. Oh, look over there. Something shiny.
You better not steal.
Is it treasure? Maybe it is treasure. And it's just lying out. Maybe nobody wants it.
Don't you just love springtime?
Nope.
Take it. Don't you dare.
Oh my God, Dooley!
Suffer for the sins of the one.
Wow. You know, I could just die. And not revive this dude. So, I've gotten almost every single piece of the puzzle I need to do with Octavia. She's like the one person I don't know how to handle.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and... What? That's a big ask. But something tells me you're not kidding. All right, I'm gonna stick my neck out and believe you. But I doubt I'll be able to gather more than a handful of people.
That probably wasn't the right answer. Heart of gold. Yeah, let me redo that. What time is it? 8:04. Okay. I'm not going to tell him to do that quite yet. That seems like end game. Like I can just end the game now if I wanted to, which I'm not quite ready to do at the moment.
Salve, friend. Oh. You? All right, let me see. What? Oh.
I told him to do all that stuff. I'm going to talk to Octavia first, if possible. And maybe, if I'm lucky, I can talk to her about this secret passage thing. That's the one thing I don't know what to do, or how to do. Go over here. I kind of expected to see Octavia up here, but she's not. That's where dude needs to jump from, ultimately. And arrows. Where's Octavia?
Don't believe a word they tell. Not a good time, friend.
Well, this is awkward. I might have screwed it up again. Where would Octavia be, though? That is one thing I kind of wish this game offered, was some type of, like, tracker for people of sorts. Like, you could just map certain people. Anyway, let's go ahead and open this cavern up. I can do the Octavia stuff later if I need to. Wait, this isn't an exit? This is just the same... Ooh, okay. Prompt Octavia to visit secret shrine. Quidia believes one of the cultists may know something about the Roman plaque. Feels really odd leaving her there to weep, but I don't know what else to do. The last thing I need. Okay. Oh, here we go. Secret Shrine. I'm gonna go through every single dialogue option there is here.
Octavia, welcome to life. Ah, we've all been. I still here in the. Oh, I woke. Oh yes, of course. If you like. Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I couldn't in good conscience. I'm afraid I don't. If that. I hope it works out.
Wait.
I'm afraid not. Although I don't put a. If that. Oh, I see. Well, that doesn't surprise me.
Okay.
I'd like it on the. And that. If that's. There was a.
Oh, okay. I had to ask her about being a Christian. Okay. I'm looking for a Roman plaque that was removed from the obelisk. Can you tell me where that is?
Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I couldn't in good conscience give it to you. That's all I'll say. Ah, that's a shame.
Which one is the secret shrine? I think that's what's drawing me, because maybe if I had something in the secret shrine, then I could convince Octavia to go over there. Think there's anything here?
Salve.
Let me see if I gotta keep the tablets. Okay, I have the Greek plaque. So I have to get all of those. No, okay. Sumerian, Egyptian. So I just need the last one.
Hello? Hello? Bye-bye.
Not leaving you out anymore, because you break the golden rule. Which is unfortunate. I feel bad. Okay.
Weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Is this considered the secret shrine? I mean, it's not really a shrine, to be honest, but... it might be worth talking to this dude one more time.
Come and join me by the fire.
Welcome, welcome.
We've had this conversation before. Going to explain that the extortion of power required to create utopia will always result in tyranny. Yeah.
I was indeed. But we've never met before, have we? I'm sure I would have remembered. Blessed Lissa, am I losing my memory? Oh, that's a relief. For a moment, I thought it was I who was touched by madness.
I like this guy. Okay. Well, this guy is also not the answer. I would hate to have to look up this last thing, but I genuinely don't know what it's talking about for this secret shrine. Search for the secret shrine in the caves. Oh, okay. It's in the caves. I literally read over that like 5 times and just did not realize. Words, they mean stuff. Like I was saying yesterday, words mean stuff. There, get through there. Now I just gotta find a secret shrine in the caves. The caves are right over here. Okay. Also, I'm gonna need like a 2-minute break to redo my setup right now. So give me a moment. My phone's about to die, and if my phone dies, then a lot of stuff on stream dies with it. That's good. My setup is... Close this. Close this. Sorry. Like I said, it's a very complicated setup. I closed it on my phone. Well, one, I can unmount my phone from this thing and I can actually read it now. Okay. Put that over here. And give me just one moment, guys. There. And now my phone's not going to die on me. Hopefully. Kill that app. Now I just need to figure out how to get back to Twitch. There we go. All right, we're good to go. And we are going to finish this game tonight. One way or the other, we're finishing this. Even if I can't read chat for whatever reason. So, secret path in the caves. Secret path in the caves. We're in the caves. Or at least an area that appears to be a cave. Oh. That was easy. Oh, look, it's Jesus. So my guess is I was supposed to actually climb down from here at some point, I guess. Curious where this leads. Oh, this is another path to get there, and I just missed it. I guess I don't need to talk to, what's-her-face anymore. Murdoch, you don't know how happy I am right now because I absolutely loathe having to use guides, and I was very, very close to doing it because there was just too many opportunities, too many possibilities of things it could be. That being said, how about we get out of here? How about we get the F out of the Forgotten City? All we gotta do is head up here. Well, what's the best way to get over there? Oh, I'm all the way over here right now. I feel a little, not conflicted. What's the word I'm looking for right now? I want to figure out the right answer to give the sister, and I feel dumb for not knowing the right answer, because what this whole scenario implies is I should know everything by now. If I'm able to do the final thing, which I'm pretty sure I'm able to do the final thing since I got that last plaque, I should have this mystery sorted out as far as who kidnapped Scintilla's sister, or I guess Cynthia's sister, who is Scintilla. I'm also curious if dude's gonna even let me into his palace. Because why would he?
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders.
Ugh, this place has become a Ugh, I wish... Oh, you heard about her disappearance, I take it.
What? Literally what? I'm gonna get some water. I'm kind of upset right now. That option should have been there the first time. Why couldn't I say that the first time? I figured that out. The second I found her, the developer should have made a trigger that just like, okay, Scintilla found, culprit found. That should have been checked.
What? Is this some kind of crude commoner joke? No, surely not. Father, is this true?
I'm afraid it is.
I don't understand. Why? Why would you do such a thing?
Because you found a way out. And if you're wondering why I'm telling you this, it's because you're never going to remember any of it. All I have to do is commit a sin, and the day will begin again. Watch this.
You're gonna kill
I'm going to kill you now.
Me?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
They're alive!
What if I just killed Cynthius? What if I just no-scoped him halfway across this map? You know, at the very least, he has to kill himself every single time he does that, so... You know, I'll take the wins where I can get it. Since we are kind of approaching the end of the stream, I need to see who else is on. Ooh, Trunks is on. We'll probably raid Trunks, but we'll
Salve, friend. Mind telling me... All right then. I'll get out of your way.
Actually. You know what? You can still do all of the stuff I want you to do.
I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Well... Alright. Oh.
I'll tell him to do everything he normally does. Or I could tell him about the golden rule, I don't know. I feel like that might get him killed.
Salve, friend. Oh. Alright.
Alright, let's put these plaques on the thing and potentially fight Hades, I guess? Pluto? Somebody? Think we're gonna fight a god? I'm also curious how many endings this game has, because there's at least got to be 2, if not like 3 or 4. Right. Everyone is here. Pluto? Oh crap. That's gonna load every time I do that. So... Well, that was weird. I didn't actually speak his name, but they let me through. Oh, duh, I should have done the Egyptian dude. Oh, okay, I see what's going on here. I've been dumb. There. Is there anything I can observe to tell which, like, time period I'm in? That looks like Hades. Maybe not. Nurgle? What is... Okay, is this just Assassin's Creed? Is this just Assassin's Creed? Is this just Halo and Assassin's Creed mixed together? I could be looking at all these statues. It's too late. Kinda looks like Zeus. And that looks like, dude from the village. I don't remember what his name is, but... It's Egyptian. is he just at a computer? That's Karen. That's Karen.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld.
Okay.
And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so gracefully. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity.
Why are you doing this, bro?
Ask what you will.
Yeah, what's your story? I want to hear it.
My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know?
You're a god?
It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey.
What rules are these? Why do you look and sound like a man?
My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights and thoughts, desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive.
Okay. May I see your true form?
No. Long ago, I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that. This is my beloved.
That must be Persephone.
Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis
Oh,
to
Persephone,
the
duh.
Egyptians,
I play
Persephone
Hades.
to the Greeks, and Persephone to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal.
Oh, wow.
Gazing
Ooh.
is too long.
She's gonna tell me how to kill this man. So, Persephone is the one that's been leading me on this entire time. And I feel like that might have been explained in some expositional bit, but I've been playing this over the course of 3 or 4 weeks, so...
That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces.
Karen?
Goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish.
What is this
It
place?
has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists.
The Underworld in
because of the
space?
wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago, my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Persephone saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization,
Let me move that out the way.
disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to...
This guy really likes to hear himself
without
talk.
guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep.
Oh, and that's why she's just chilling there.
From claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium.
It is a lot. I like it though. I'm you know, this is the end of the game.
We might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium. No exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted
It's been
to
7
join
months
us
since
in
the fire, so there's still 5
my
more.
part would be to remain behind, the last of mankind, to watch over you without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my
So all of
goddess.
this is so he can get Persephone back.
And here I am, after all this time, still waiting. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman.
Please, you don't have to say
Our
them.
leader,
I understand.
Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina.
Who
As
built the
the first
city?
wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be.
I'll be honest and admit that I'm ignorant. I've never heard of Sumer before. I can only assume that that is kind of like a recurring theme in like religious text, or it might even be a real. I'm assuming it's a real region. It's just.
Of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten.
Yeah, how did you... It has to do with a coin.
To ensure the wager was fair.
And a fire.
It was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver.
Okay, so 1,000 coins.
Across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's Oval, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Only two remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do,
you're out of coins.
Your kind would have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persepolis along with it.
How did humans learn about the underworld?
It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were
I'm familiar with the Epic of Gilgamesh, but I have not read
Later,
it.
the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to
It is really interesting how they're tying all these mythologies together.
Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning. And in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles,
Sisyphus, Theseus, yep.
and Theseus, a poet
Orpheus.
named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth.
Low-key dissing religion in a nutshell. You're just like, yeah, you know, all of them probably came from the same thing.
Of course.
Okay. Are you responsible for the Golden Rule?
That
Yes.
is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal.
And she painted herself in
prayed aloud
gold?
to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold.
Oh.
And when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below.
Jeez,
But
okay.
I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer.
Oh,
I took the golden
I like this lore. That's really cool.
I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten
Like,
gold.
they actually took the time to explain why he decided the Golden Rule would be the punishment.
Serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all to make way for a new
Jeez.
wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing.
I wonder if you can find that woman who was shot in the heart that he's
witness to
talking about in the city.
The folly of your kind for eternity, the silent golden sentinels. I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it.
I mean, you're not 100% wrong, but you're also not 100% right, sir.
When my kin departed, they left behind many relics, which I inherited. A consolation prize.
We've only got 3 more dialogue options
the
after
golden
this.
bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios.
That is
this
true.
This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious.
I mean, you can't force people to follow rules.
For you, perhaps.
Okay. How do you know when people sin?
I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask?
This is crazy. Could you imagine talking to like literal God and being like, somebody on the side being like, shut up. He's right in front of us. Oh my gosh. No reason.
And what an odd question.
Okay. I've seen some terrible things here that you don't consider sin. How could you let them happen?
Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example?
We'll go through all of them.
I've seen no such thing, but in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be affected by it. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done anything unto others.
Seems very literal.
Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. A literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language.
If our language is full of ambiguity, doesn't that make the rule inherently subjective and unreliable?
Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
Do it.
Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked?
Like, if I could have saved in the past, like, 20 minutes, maybe I would have gone with that other option.
The merchant. How is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined? I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price anyway. Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation. Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man. Supposing you're right, and my law has been broken, and I should turn you all.
No, of course not. Never mind. Please, God, don't turn me into a statue.
Yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule? I disagree. Having watched that tavern keeper, that is precisely what she would expect from others. She would view it as a game.
I don't know about that.
Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation. Not if we're wise. Now,
fair enough.
You
Debt
speak
bondage.
of the moneylender. How is that inconsistent?
He wouldn't want to be trapped in a 30-year labor contract because of a loan.
And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily by others.
Yes, slavery is very illegal, unethical, and just plain wrong, sir.
Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority. This is interesting. I'm curious, how do people escape poverty?
They don't! They really don't! But it's customary to take out a loan or buy a house. In some places, pay for education.
I see. And how long might it take such a person to
About
repay?
50 years for a house.
I fail to see how your system of loans is significantly different to a debt loan signing over his
Hades is like in student loans right now. I'm gonna vote for Bernie.
Supposing you're right and my law has been... Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked?
Experiments on the golden statues. Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule? The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves. They are forsaken. What happens to them is no concern of mine.
They were people.
Now tell me, what other sin? Abduction? You mean the magistrate imprisoning his daughter in the system?
Yeah, capturing his daughter and jailing her.
Escape. A sin I take particularly seriously. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit brutishly, than I have to wipe out this entire city to punish her. Wouldn't you agree? Supposing you're right, and my law has been broken. Now tell me.
It's no wonder people say the gods are cruel. This just shows how unreliable and subjective your moral code is. You're no better at judging right from wrong than any human. Actually, you're worse. You are objectively worse at judging.
Do you honestly think you could do better?
Yes! Honestly, the answer is yes here. I can do better than what you're doing. But nobody's grasp of right and wrong is so perfect that they can be trusted with all this power. You've become a tyrant.
I should strike you down for that.
I should strike you down. And if you did, you'd be proving my point.
Now, did you have any other questions before your reckoning? Very well. Good. Then now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see to the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But
I'm not actually dead, am I?
I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, Where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
Wait. Maybe you're getting forgetful.
Have us believe that my servant merely forgot bringing you here.
If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
He cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpine slumbered for 3,000 years.
Didn't you know this is the god of the underworld?
Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek?
Your life.
Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called Golden Rule?
Because it's stupid, dog. We've been talking about this for 30 minutes. You're doing this for love. You should know that Proserpina? Is that how you pronounce that? Doesn't love you. How can you expect us to live without sin if you cannot do it yourself? The Golden Rule is corrupting the city and ensuring you'll never win the way. Yes.
How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up.
Like, okay, price gouging. God, I can't speak. That's pretty bad. That's not, like, all of these are bad, but they're not, like, the absolute be-all, end-all. I think Malleolus is probably the most evil person. She's literally selling them poison and telling them to drink it. Literally telling people to kill themselves. That's pretty bad.
His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day. I admit, I have grown disturbed watching him.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one. True, I have witnessed him doing that.
How about Sentius?
If you're right, my involvement
Literally bonded his daughter in a sewer.
sought to observe impartially. But if I were to accept that, are you telling me these humans could coexist peacefully without theft or violence?
I'm not saying all that.
How so?
We use violence to discourage bad behavior, to neutralize criminals, and overthrow tyrants. Yeah.
And how is that working for you?
Where I'm from, 2,000 years in the future, it's working pretty well. On average, life expectancies are climbing and crime rates are declining. Yeah. Man, we getting woke here.
So you say, and yet your world is still imperfect.
It's never gonna be perfect, dog. Our world will always be imperfect, but the kind of force required to create a utopia will inevitably result. Yes.
You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning.
It was.
That would mean Jupiter, Proserpina's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win. Why would he do that?
Because you're dumb! Because he is evil. I'm not gonna say that one. He felt threatened by you and didn't want a potential challenger in Elysium. I really want to say this one to be, but I don't think Jupiter, Zeus, is the type of guy that would really be thinking about his own daughter. It's between 1 and 2. I don't want to offend him.
A mistake, but he is the best and greatest of us. Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time now. And I cannot deny
I just talk no jutsu to God.
I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice, quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because I loved her.
Doesn't make it
Who
right.
knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the way Jern Lee for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
I just got an achievement for talking my way through every possible situation, which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Like, it seems a little manipulative, to be honest. If I abandon this wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. I want to return to the world, dog.
Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready?
Well, upright left down, BA start. Is Konami Code gonna save me?
Farewell, mortal.
I am super gonna check out all of the optional alternate endings there are for this, because I am very intrigued of all different ways that could have gone. Look, I've never actually seen Al. Oh, was he alive last time I saw him?
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Achievement unlocked, audio novel on stream. Pretty much.
Know who you are. I barely remember how I got here myself. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place.
This guy's voice actor sounds super familiar.
I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet.
He might have the
Apparently, there
same
was a
voice actor
community
as
of
Zack from
20
Final
something
Fantasy
people
VII
trapped
Remake.
here, and
They
living
sound
in
very
fear of a
familiar.
curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the Oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the Oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
These Romans crazy.
It reads like an earnest account to me. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
Okay. Right behind you. There's the city. We gotta go back to the river, I guess.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple.
Good idea.
Go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
Al putting in the work. So we actually found Al at the very beginning of the game before we got teleported to the city. He was right about here, and he had hung himself. So, yeah, they literally hit a big Control Z. All right, Karen. Karen that doesn't remember me.
You're back, but you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much.
Duck, you'll appreciate
I was beginning
this.
to think you'd both become trapped in
They
Why
introduced
didn't you
her
tell me you
as
discovered
Karen with a
while we
K, and there was like kind of a running joke being like, since you get washed up on the river, she's there, and you're like, yo, who are you? And she's like, people don't really like hearing my name. And you're like, well, how bad could it be? And she's like, yeah, I'm Karen. Oh, we have a stigma against Karens where I'm from. And then like halfway through the game, they do a twist where they're like, oh, you misheard her. She didn't say Karen, she said Karen. So, and it was kind of like a recurring joke because all those other people in the city were dead. And depending on like their civilization or whatever, they also got found near a river by somebody who kind of had a similar name to Karen. It'd be like Curette or something like that. So it was a really good joke. It was a legitimately good setup and build for a joke. Let's see. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait? I discovered, yeah.
Ah, I see.
There we
I
go.
thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
Well, we already know who she is. Come on.
You can just call me Caroline, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time.
She telling me that I'm dead here? Is Awakened Cloud already dead?
That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember.
But I'm really
Ask
curious.
yourself honestly, do you really want to know? As you wish. You were murdered. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin.
Okay, I got the coin, so that's one of 2 coins.
As you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your
Who was the other
ally
person? They were in that city, weren't
He
they?
died
Was it?
instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later.
I guess it was Al,
That
right?
man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Karen's Opal by some. And so it was my duty to bring you here.
Who said the coins? Al and I. Essentially, yeah. So during that big exposition dump near the end, Hades, Pluto, whatever you want to call him, said that he made essentially 1,000 coins, and to randomly assign which people go to the Forgotten City, whichever person from I guess Roman or Greek mythology, not mythology, but like they would put a coin in their mouths when they died, and just if you happen to have one of those 1,000 coins, you got teleported to the Forgotten City, and there were only 2 that were remaining, which means Al and I got the last 2.
It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would.
She's just explaining what I just explained.
A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins.
But that's good. That means I was actually paying attention, which is one of my goals when I play games.
My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here. It means there is nobody else to ferry. I see no point in keeping you here, but I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you
This
hop in
Karen
my
is
boat
so
and rest
fake.
while
This
I
Karen girl right here,
ferry
so
you
fake.
back to civilization.
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
All right, Karen. One year later. So she said I was dead, but did she actually... Am I alive again?
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about the underworld. Now, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet. And I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you, I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
Hilarious.
You're finally here. Remember me?
Is this just the ending? Spoiler alert. I'm gonna give you like 10 seconds. Is this just the ending of Lost over again? Were these people as big of Lost fanatics as I was, and they're like, hey, you know how everybody hated that ending? We're gonna do it again and then make people love it and kind of like realize that it was actually not bad? Oh my gosh.
It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life.
Wow, there's gonna be so much dialogue here. I keep thinking I'm done, but I'm not.
Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world. I know. I can't believe my luck either. But we're
That's
engaged
nice.
and living together.
Those two are the nicest
Planning to get
people in the
married next
town.
spring. If you're gonna be around, we'd love to see you there. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
So it's gonna take about a minute to talk to all these people,
hello.
probably. Assemble as many people as possible in the I got everybody! Everyone's here!
Hello, I'm Dooley.
I remember you, Dooley.
Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't like it.
Yeah, what are you doing with yourself?
Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth.
Speaking of which, you have more teeth than you did before.
Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now. Galerius got me a box that tells stories.
You got like a cassette player or something?
Bye-bye.
Feed.
It's
There he
you.
is.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work.
So this is kind of like the reverse of Lost Ending, actually. Like, everybody's
And it still
alive.
feels a little
So,
sacrilegious to say this. I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable.
although religion did kind of get you here, like, Charon is the god of the underworld, so...
Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa in the countryside with room for a large family, and Dooley too, of course. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us, for all of us. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself.
I'll do that.
See you at the wedding, I hope.
Hi there.
Yulia. Ooh. Yulia.
You're the Oracle, right? Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation.
Her eyebrows glitching a little bit on the, I guess, her right, my left.
Oh,
I don't know why that's
barely
throwing me off
recognise
right
myself.
now.
I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about.
You know, I'm normally not a fan of games that do this big happy ending thing, normally I like my endings to be a little bit more like, you know, it can be happy, but it doesn't need to be like, hey, we're gonna reward the player at every single corner. But I'm enjoying it right now, so I'm gonna talk to everybody.
I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day. Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia,
serves him right.
She was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word?
Schadenfreude.
Schadenfreude? Thank you. You're very kind. Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently, he'd proposed before they'd even met.
Sorry guys, my dad came from out of town for my birthday. It was kind of a surprise, so I'm going to join him to eat in just a moment, but I am going to finish up this game first. Okay, let's see.
Well, you are the Oracle, so I suppose I'll take your word for it. Huh. I feel better already. Thank you. You too! If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the
I feel a little bad because I feel like I should be spending time with him, but I'm like, I am literally at the tail end of this game that I've been playing for the past like 5 hours at this point. To make it worse, he brought me a steak dinner too.
It's nice to finally meet you. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person.
I know, worst son ever.
But I hear you drove the last of them off.
I mean, you already knew I was toxic, Murdoch.
I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time. You too, don't be a stranger.
Hey.
Talk to a couple more people.
Hi there, I'm Horatius. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Scintilla with us as well. So, thank you. I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day.
Medium to medium
The world's
well
changed a lot,
is your answer.
but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones
I
who
actually meant
pioneered
medium
our
to medium rare. But
aren't our masters, but our guides.
that's I'm talking on stream.
Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever.
Well
Thanks.
said.
And you, farewell.
Cynthia?
I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't
Cynthia,
want to be
okay.
associated with Sentius after what happened.
I
I'm
hope
not
you
sure
never
if
have to
you
see
heard,
Cynthius
but
again.
after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But
Yeah, I
he's
meant to
been
say
dealt
medium
with.
to medium
He's-
rare.
You know what? The important thing is we'll never see him again.
Wait, what happened to him?
He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me. Then I suppose he got his wish.
Cynthia's pretty cool.
Anything I want. I'm a woman of means. In a
How do you
vast
like your
new
steak,
world.
Murdoch?
I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me. Because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere.
Oh, she lives in an apartment that has an Alexa.
You too. See you around.
Okay. I'm glad I decided to talk to everybody.
Hello.
Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege
Just
to
under me,
finally
yep.
make your acquaintance. I am Georgius.
If I'm cooking at home, I'm probably going to do medium well, probably to well done, just because I don't trust myself, but
I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that I am most grateful. I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won. You too, my friend.
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia. I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure. I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night.
just for one night.
Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive. Thank you. I really am. You too.
I think we only got a couple more people.
I take it you're the Oracle everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. We have I'm sorry, I don't remember. In any case, I'm Philip. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your Catabasis to thank for it. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again. My sincere thanks once again.
Some soiree, innit?
This guy.
Ah, hello at last. You must be the Oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Dacius. Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you. Such a acerbic wit. I love it. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the Oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend?
Wouldn't help you
don't
even
be
if I
like
could.
that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer. Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm gonna make a bloody fortune. Of course, don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
Good evening.
Octavia. That's right.
Oh,
She's
hello.
a Christian lady.
Lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber, not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him. Thank you. That means a lot. And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if you'd like to join us. Wonderful.
Right.
Greetings. Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all.
She looks completely different.
In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium. I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while, at least until I'm well enough to be independent again. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you, farewell, friend.
Right.
It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle. You know my
Man, we've been
name.
talking to people for like 30 minutes.
Of course. You are an Oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous.
Need cord? Yeah, I just put it on the couch.
For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun. Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
One more people?
Nice to meet you. I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff. I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. Security cameras and smartphones everywhere. Got to stay vigilant. You too. Look us up next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you. I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there, and for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow. I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too, as Rufus said in his own laconic way. If you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him. Don't worry, nobody did. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful
she's
than I
living with
dreamed it
Ulpius,
would be.
which
I'm
makes sense.
so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine. Thanks. You too.
Okay. Two more people,
It's
I think.
nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius. I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake, I'll be forever in your debt. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope and missed out on all of this? So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier. Thank you. wouldn't be here without you. You too.
I think this is the last person to talk to right here.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly.
That's
I am
Persephone.
Former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues, and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier, he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We were all fortunate you came along when you did. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way.
Fair enough.
Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day. And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city?
Yep.
Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
We also just got an achievement for the canonical ending, so did things the right way. Let's go ahead and roll those credits. Alright guys, I'm going to let the credits roll. I'm going to mute my mic and also turn off my webcam. I will see you guys later, and I will raid out in just a moment. One sec.